Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Waving the arm with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Overruled.
Ray Allen has done it again.
Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way.
Wow. Quick Rampage Jackson. Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Waving the arm with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Overruled.
Ray Allen has done it again.
Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way.
Wow. Quick Rampage Jackson. Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Waving the arm with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Overruled.
Ray Allen has done it again.
Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way.
Wow. Quick Rampage Jackson. Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Waving the arm with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Overruled.
Ray Allen has done it again.
Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way.
Wow. Quick Rampage Jackson. Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Waving the arm with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Overruled.
Ray Allen has done it again.
Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way.
Wow. Quick Rampage Jackson. Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the save, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is wow.
He's done it again.
Dynamite. And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow. Quick Rampage Jackson.
GA both have a number of veterans on their roster.
Well, we hear all the time about how valuable having experienced players can be. And clearly, both of these teams have bought into that philosophy.
Look at the 76ers starting group. Kelly Oubre out there with Embiid. Then it's Paul George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. And he gets it to go.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Here's Porzingis. The layup off target.
He was bothered just enough to miss that shot. That's good work by the defense.
Embiid with the screen on Porzingis. And George, here we go. Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
And you do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Embiid throwing it down with some funk.
Curry looking around.
Come to me.
That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
Great work inside by Curry there. So clever and composed in the paint.
I've always admired the impact that Steph Curry, Tim, has made on this game, and not only at this level, but at every level. With that in mind, do shooters train differently in part because of him?
Yeah, I believe they do, Kevin, but you've got to beware. This is a guy that's often imitated, rarely replicated. He is so special, but I think guys need to add escape dribbles, the sidestep dribble, and certainly deep shooting off the dribble. That's where Steph Curry has impacted the modern shooter.
That's good advice. Here's George following the basket by Stephen Curry.
Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
That is just beautiful ball movement, unselfish basketball.
Now here's Curry. Pass the Butler. Outside for Curry. 5 on the clock. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. That one on Maxey. Now in his late 30s, Steph Curry, Tim, continues to be a dominant force.
Well, his conditioning is on a world-class level, Kevin. He's never been one to beat you with his explosiveness, so his plan is just to outlast his opponents.
George, no good.
Well, I'm not sure if he was surprised to be that wide open, but something got him out of focus.
To the middle. Here's Porzingis. Back to Butler. It's good. This game is all even.
The defense has to make it tougher for Butler. Can't give him that.
And it goes out of bounds. That one off Porzingis. And now, Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Thanks, guys. Joel Embiid over the years has had some tough luck with injuries. He said, I've broken my face twice. I came back early with the risk of losing my vision, broken fingers. I still came back. I wish I was as lucky as others, but that doesn't mean I'm not trying to do whatever it takes to be out there. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Allie. 76ers on defense. Jimmy Butler making his last shot.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Green with the ball. George picks him up, and the shot goes in from Kristaps Porzingis.
And just wanting it more there. You got to like seeing Porzingis beat everyone to the spot in the open floor.
Embiid dishes to George. It's stolen by Green. And it's Podziemski in the corner. Drains it from beyond the arc. Breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Warriors.
I mean, they've come out aggressive defensively, getting into them and coming up with some cookies along the way.
And let's not forget their hustle. They've been running every chance they get, and that has led to easy scoring opportunities in transition.
Now here's Green. Hasn't made one yet.
And it's crucial that Green hits from the outside because it makes everything easier for his teammates.
George with the bucket.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Yeah, just going back and forth, it is really competitive out there.
Curry with it. He's covered by Maxey. Back to Porzingis. Pass to Podziemski. Golden State moving it around. And the dunk by Porzingis.
The textbook positioning there for Porzingis. Once he's established it, he's going to have the advantage and able to finish that one above the rim. And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Screen by Porzingis. Curry passes to Porzingis. Misses in close. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for the Philadelphia 76ers. 4-point game. And George kicks to Embiid. George passes to Embiid. Back to George. That shot misses. Nice D from Porzingis. Up in time. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. A free-flowing first quarter. Great scoring through one. Warriors lead by 4. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. What do you guys think about the Warriors here so far?
Yeah, in that first period, they looked to push in transition at every opportunity.
Early offense in this league is key. You've got to score before the defense can set up in the half court.
Backcourt pair will be Curry and Podziemski. The forward spots will be Butler and Green. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, home in the paint. That's the Warriors' 5. And you think about the style of Sixers head coach Nick Nurse. Greg, what stands out to you?
He just has a willingness to experiment and adapt. That's a real asset with some of the challenges this roster has faced. And a big part of why this front office brought him in.
Pass to Curry. Embiid against Porzingis. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist. Porzingis has got 6 points.
And nice use of size by Porzingis inside, able to practically play on top of the D.
Oubre, a screen on Green. Back to Embiid. It's Grimes on the wing. That 3 off the mark. Warriors leading by 5. Outside Curry. And we're now about a minute and a half into the second quarter. That one goes in.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
Wasted no time on that one. He's got 9.
And you love the way that PG can get you a bucket on and off the ball. That versatility speaks volumes.
It's Curry outside. Curry making it look so easy.
Well, he's a guy they look to go to, and now you see why.
The putback. It's hauled in by Porzingis. The Warriors have gone a perfect 4 of 4 since the second quarter began. Perfect from the field. Podziemski with it. Pass to Curry for 3. Oubre pulls it in. The 76ers trail by 7. And George, here we go. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. He trains the quick shot. Maxey's got his first bucket of the night. Another young rising player in this league who's learning as he goes along is Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, he continues to get more responsibility on his plate, and I think as he starts to embrace that leadership role a little bit more and become more vocal, I think then you're going to start to see Philly really do some great things.
Yeah, maturing before our eyes.
And holding nothing back there, George gives the dunk his all.
Here's Porzingis, and finished off by Kristaps Porzingis.
Now, I thought the creativity there from Porzingis. He wanted to make that one sting a little.
Embiid in the corner. Fires the three. It's rebounded by Porzingis. Porzingis has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Porzingis with a screen on Maxey. 17-foot shot on the way. Porzingis on the foul. And now it's a 10-point Warrior lead.
And that's what Porzingis has to do. Use his size and length on the offensive glass.
Yeah, he gives up a few inches to most of his matchups, but his ability to rise above always gives him a chance.
The 76ers have gone 6 of 10 from the floor here in the second quarter. Outside for George. Embiid sets the pick for George. Drains the three-pointer. George has got 10 points in the quarter.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Curry passes to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
That's a great look. His teammate was on the move, but he put it right where it needed to be.
Maxey kicks to George. It's rebounded by Porzingis. Porzingis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Curry against Maxey. Screen by Porzingis. Curry passes to Porzingis. 4 on the clock. Pulls it up. The shot by Curry, no good.
Well, he usually brings rain from there, but not this time.
George way outside. That doesn't go either for George. Here's Podziemski. And the rejection by Embiid. And so it's the Golden State Warriors bringing the quarter to a close with a 7-point lead. Their lead is where it is because they've gotten good shots. A lot of good shots. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums, please. And measuring up the shot.
And if you're just joining us in this one, first half is in the books, 1 half to go. Curry has been sensational.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
And that will be the biggest adjustment. They have to force the ball out of his hands, but that's a difficult challenge.
And so in the game for the 76ers, we've got Quentin Grimes. George is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Kelly Oubre. And it's Maxey in at the 1. The 76ers trail by 7. And George, here we go. Draymond Green pulls it in. Tim, some forget, prior to the success of Stephen Curry, the Warriors were not considered a top-tier franchise.
Well, before he arrived in 2009, this was one of the lowest all-time winning percentages, but they have built a dynasty, and they are now considered one of the most valuable franchises in all of sports.
And the shot goes in from Kristaps Porzingis.
Offensively, there's few things on the court Porzingis can't do. He can use his length, strength, or both.
And here's Curry, who brings it up for Golden State. Butler on the way. Curry against Maxey. Green with a screen on Maxey. Curry dishes to Green. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. Here's George. Porzingis with the block.
And with that 7'6" wingspan, Porzingis has always been a big-time shot blocker.
And it's Green missing. The 76ers trail by 9. Maxey finds Grimes. Philadelphia moving the ball around. Oubre can't get it to go. Warriors have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming on the locker at the break. And the basket by Curry.
On the offensive end, Curry both prolific and efficient.
It's stolen by Green. Curry passes to Green. And stolen by Maxey. And now the fast break. George with the ball. Not wasting any time and taking the shot and knocking it down. George has got 18 points in the game. Porzingis with a screen on Maxey. Curry kicks to Porzingis. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Porzingis has got the lead up to 11 now for the Warriors.
And Porzingis will make you pay if you collapse off of him. That's just inviting trouble.
Embiid in the corner. Tim, in your career, you played at every level of basketball, pro and college and before. What's the single biggest change in your mind as far as professional basketball outside the NBA?
Well, Kevin, I think globally the level of play has just risen dramatically. There's a much greater belief now that you can actually make it to the league, even if you're playing outside this country. And then the G League has created a much more streamlined path for those who want to work their way into the league.
G League has been terrific.
Sure has.
It's Curry outside. A three-pointer is right on target. Curry's got 22.
Bottom line, you need shooters on your team who can space the floor.
Yeah, that's how you create that spacing, and that will open up a lot of options offensively.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be, because he is so strong in the paint. How about the execution inside by Green? He's excellent at knowing when to attack down low.
Maxey kicks to Embiid. The three, good for Embiid.
Playing from behind right here, not easy, but he is answering the bell.
He's doing everything he can to keep him in this game, finding good looks.
Curry passes to Porzingis, back to Curry for the three, and another three for Golden State.
And you got the feeling that was coming. Curry loves coming back with a three of his own.
Back to Embiid. Takes a three. Again, Embiid missing.
I'm surprised he missed that one. He is a dangerous guy to leave open.
And the Sixers last season, Tim, winning less than half as many games as had been projected.
Well, the injury bug completely derailed their season. And by the tail end of that year, a low win total was actually in their best interest because they were trying to ensure they retained their top 6 protected pick.
What you appreciate most about Curry is his confidence, especially when it comes to how far he can connect from. And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Here's Grimes. A three-pointer off the mark. And we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball. The Warriors have shot 75% at the line tonight, going 3 for 4. Free throw good by Curry. On offense, here are the Warriors. They're on a 16-7 run. Fires from deep. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. George has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Crimes with the bucket.
A solid facilitator. I like whenever Maxey looks to get his guys involved.
Curry fires from way outside. Can't drop the tough three-pointer. George from deep three-point land. It's been all about Stephen Curry for the Warriors. And he continues to torment. And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. Warriors leading by 14. The forward spots will be Butler and Green. Backcourt pair will be Curry and Podziemski. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. That's the Warriors' 5. Three-pointer by Embiid. Good for his 8th field goal. He's attempted a dozen shots.
Come on. Joel Embiid, I mean, 7-footers are not supposed to shoot like that.
Here's Porzingis. And the wide open shot from Green. Cans the shot with nobody near him.
Love that look there, locating his teammate and creating an easy basket.
Pass to Embiid. Over Porzingis. Porzingis with the block. And that's out of bounds. Philadelphia will retain possession. George looking around. And George with the stop.
A power flush with a long hang on the rim at the end of that.
That could be a catalyst for him. It really could. Curry against Maxey. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a three-point play chance here for him.
And bringing the aggression and the energy, two things you like to see from Porzingis.
Hey guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Warriors?
Their accuracy in this one has just been on another level. I mean, the three ball keeps falling, and the defense just hasn't been able to run them off the line.
Well, one thing that has stood out to me, and it's been a major difference maker, is they're playing with great pace, getting out on the break every chance they get.
The three from George. Drills it from outside. George has got 23 points.
How about the quickness there from George, pulling up before the defense can get set.
Got a piece of it. Paul George with the steal. Maxey in the corner. Curry with the steal. And it's the Warriors on the break. And the whistle blows on the backcourt violation. He went over and back. Green against George. Embiid sets the pick for George. Driving inside. And it's George finishing it off.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
That one goes in.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
And they are just breaking.
Whoa! He flew in there.
Wow!
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks. And you know what? You allow a guy to get right to the rim like that, that's your only option.
The first one falls.
And they haven't let points get away from them at the line tonight. That's always something that'll allow a coaching staff to breathe a little easier.
Here's Maxey. George with the screen on Porzingis. Outside George. With the drive. Butler with the rebound.
Oh, just a little too cute on that one, and it cost him.
Curry fires, and he drains the jam.
This is why you gotta be right up on Curry, because he's a dangerous threat off the dribble.
It's stolen by Green. Butler missed on the three. And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. Down by 12. Embiid, and down goes the three.
Domination, plain and simple. Embiid isn't holding back. It is giving the defense all he's got.
Outside, Porzingis. Now Curry. Now Porzingis. Big-time jam. He was ready to receive and deliver.
Keep getting it to this man. I mean, once Porzingis catches fire, there is no putting that out.
Here's George. It's stolen by Green. Now Butler takes advantage. That J is good.
Give them credit. They've worked hard all game, now looking to finish it.
I think the key here is to be careful about playing it too safely. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Now George launches it. And there's the three.
At this point, they're just trying to get back in sync. You want to play a good brand of basketball.
Well, they have finally found something that's working, but it's against a defense that clearly has led up since they have the lead.
And clearly, we will not be witnessing a spirited comeback tonight, albeit as exciting as that would be. This was an excellent all-around performance for the Warriors.
This is a game where the defense, steals specifically, generating a lot of opportunities.
And it created possessions for them, scoring opportunities, and that effort a big part of what will be a nice victory here tonight.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Porzingis.
He was really important under the basket, making the plays down low and getting position to pull in rebounds.
Six on the shot clock. Launches from deep. Oh, he hits the deep three. So we see the Warriors taking the game here. They won this game going away. They were the...
Thanks, team.
Terrific, Allie. Thanks. And that about wraps it up. Alongside Tim...
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd's... Oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd's... Oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd's... Oh, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Grant in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Ray Allen has done it again.
Dynamite. And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow. Brett Rampage Jackson.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and
Noche NBA presentation. We're excited to bring you this celebratory fusion of basketball and Latin culture. I'm Brian Anderson, and joining me at the table, Richard Jefferson and Grant Hill. We've also got Allie LaForce bringing us reports. Let's take a look at our starters for the Golden State Warriors. Curry and Pods pairing up in the backcourt. Butler and Draymond are the 3 and the 4. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, roaming the paint. And for Phoenix, filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Then it's Royce O'Neal, and it's Goodwin in at the 1. This should be a real chess match tonight, Grant. These teams both love to get set up and run their plays.
Yeah, you know, BA, you got two patient teams who execute on exactly what their coach has drawn up for them. Trusting in ball movement to find their shots is the key.
Booker, good.
Ooh, Booker showing some power.
Outside Porzingis. Using his post moves to get the 2 points.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Just such a terrific dunker.
Man, born to fly, that's for sure. Here's Porzingis. After the basket by Phoenix on the other end. Curry passes to Porzingis. Back to Curry. 6 to shoot. Nails it from 3.
When Curry gets a look that's good, he is automatic. There is almost no stopping him.
Well, Richard, the 2025 All-Star MVP, Stephen Curry, winning it in his home arena in San Francisco.
It was an impressive feat for Steph, but I still think the format helped him shine a little bit, but no question, this man was dropping bombs like he always does.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
Shot on the wing. It's rebounded by Golden State.
That's a decent look for him. He just couldn't convert.
And it's Butler with the jam.
When Butler is cleared for takeoff, just get off the runway.
Here's Booker. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. And Grant, you played a half-decade in Phoenix. What stands out the most?
Well, BA, a great city with great fans. And that exciting run in 2010 where we made it to the conference final.
You know, Richard, the Warriors have the 3rd most championships after the Lakers and Celtics.
Yeah, and 2 of those came as the Philadelphia Warriors, though, including the first NBA championship back in '47. And then they had the one with Rick Barry in '75. But most people know about their ring from the last decade or so in this dynasty.
Oh, they get a hand on it. Oh, Brooks with the steal.
And it's energy like that on both ends of the floor that's got them out ahead.
The Warriors have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. Porzingis sets a screen. From downtown, counted from distance. Porzingis has got 5.
This is what the fans want to see from Kristaps, the 7-footer knocking down threes.
For 3, O'Neal. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Devin Booker's focused on hooping and leaving a legacy. He said, my thing is, and Kobe said it too, inspiring the youth is everything. A kid grows up and is like, man, I want to be Devin. I want to dress like him. I want to play like him. And that's what makes me wake up in the morning. BA, back to you.
A role model for that next generation. Okay, Allie, thanks for the report. Shot from the wing. Porzingis grabs the board. Warriors trail by 3. Over to the left wing. Oh, Brooks with the steal. Here's Booker. Sweet little floater. Booker's gotten his second bucket of the game. All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for Phoenix.
From the tip, they are not making things easy on them. Lots of steals, playing disruptive basketball.
And not only that, you like how they're turning defense into offense, forcing turnovers and capitalizing.
And here are the Suns now, following the score by Golden State. All alone on the break. And here's Curry for 3. He's off on that one. For 3, O'Neal. 3 shots, 3 baskets. Great efficiency so far.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Outside for Butler. Lets it go from deep. And it's Devin Booker with a rebound. The Suns lead by 6. Pass to Iguodala. 40 seconds left in the first quarter. The layup off target. Picked it. The Warriors pull it in. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds now. Butler finds Green, and here's Curry. Shoots. Cash money on the open jump shot. Curry's got 7.
I know it's early, but you have to wonder if these offenses can keep this up.
There will be some letdown at some point, but these teams, they are built to score. So
and just wasn't able to set up in time.
11 seconds left in the first quarter.
With his length and his smarts on defense, Porzingis affects a lot of shots.
Drive by Curry. Off with the layup. No shortage of scoring here at the end of the first quarter. Phoenix out in front. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, guys, what stands out to you from the Suns in this one?
You can really see the strategy coming in. Get the ball into the painted area.
And let me tell you, when you establish a physical edge, it gives you a mental edge too.
Filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Then it's Royce O'Neal, and it's Iguodala in at the center position. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Suns. You know, Richard, when you think about work rate, Dillon Brooks and the effort with which he plays comes to mind.
Yeah, we created statistics based on effort. Oh, Dillon Brooks would be one of the guys in the top of the list. Energy exerted, contact plays, bumps. He does everything to agitate the offensive player.
Outside Butler, pass to Curry, up and over Brooks. And there's Curry on the assist by Butler. 9 points in the game.
Yeah, the sweet-looking jumper of Steph. It just looks so pure coming out of his hands.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
And Butler inside.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
It's Booker on the wing, defended by Podziemski. The Warriors pull it in. Porzingis has got his 5th rebound in this one. Outside Curry. Outside Porzingis. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. The Suns leading. Here's Iguodala. It's stolen by Curry. And here's the fast break. Here's Podziemski. Oh, and he blocks it off the glass. Wow. Outside Curry, second chance effort. Oh, Green flex it on him with the strong finish.
That's just bully ball. Green knows where he wants to go, and no one can do anything about it.
Back to Booker from 17, and that's his 3rd bucket at 8 attempts.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Porzingis sets a screen. And Grant, in recent years, we've seen the pace of the NBA game increasing.
Yeah, it stagnated in the 90s, but it is back. We're still not at the frenetic pace of the 1960s when we'd see over 120 possessions a game, but the efficiency is at an all-time high.
To the middle. Here's Goodwin. Yes! And it's Booker with the setup. And it's a 4-point Suns lead.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Outside Porzingis.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
On the wing, Curry. There's the triple. 4-3, Stephen Curry.
This is what Curry does best. He is so creative at getting into rhythm and staying hot.
Pass to Booker. From about 19, Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 6th rebound on the night. 3-pointer. Iguodala grabs a miss. For Phoenix, they've gone 4 for 6 here in the second. Well, under the current salary cap, it's not sustainable to have 3 max contracts. Richard just asked the Suns.
Yeah, you got to have depth to win in today's NBA. The Suns traded away that depth to have 3 max players, and that limited their ability to put together a cohesive roster.
And he says right back at you with a big dunk of his own.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
Butler finds Porzingis. Oh, Porzingis getting it done inside.
Nice shot, Porzingis with the length and the touch.
To the paint. Here's Iguodala, defended by Porzingis. Soft touch off the glass. It's been neck and neck this entire first half.
Yeah, 8 lead changes so far. These clubs are looking evenly matched.
Green, a screen. Here's Curry with the putback. Goes back up. Oh, look at Green getting his inside.
Relentless. You will never outwork Draymond.
There's a 4-second difference between the shot and game clock. Goodwin passes to Brooks. Again, Phoenix, good for 2.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
Curry passes to Porzingis. Booker with it. Booker gets it done inside.
That's just smart basketball right there, finding a way to get a high percentage shot on offense.
Gets it off. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. The Suns on top, up 3. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. And so Curry will bring it up for Golden State. They trail by 3, and so in the game for the Warriors. Curry and Pods pairing up in the backcourt. Then there's Al Horford. Then there's Jimmy Butler. And it's Santos in at the 4.
That may be not the highest percentage of looks right there, but hey, you can't argue with results, I guess.
Making sure of it with the 2-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him with the score this tight. You cannot take a chance here. And you watch Jalen Green, the second pick of the 2021 draft. He is built to score, Richard.
Yeah, he's a terrific shooter. Moves easily around the floor, and his ability to make good air adjustments, yeah, that's something different. Just lost his head out there. It'll happen if you're pushing a little too hard.
And some changes here for the Warriors. Moody's checked in for Jimmy Butler. Melton comes in for Podziemski. And it's Curry in for Stephen Curry. Warriors trail by 3. Here's Curry. Pass to Horford. Melton outside. This one for three. And again, it's the Warriors missing.
Even though it didn't go down, they'll take that shot every time.
Yep, that one's good. And the Suns lead by 5. The Warriors have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Horford. Horford gets it done inside.
And Horford is a selective shooter, but he's fantastic at knowing when to attack inside.
Curry against Green. And Seth Curry is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul.
And yeah, he still was moving at the point of contact.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the third quarter. Outside, Green, 5 on the clock. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. Here's Santos. An easy 2 on the layup.
When it's this close, every bucket matters. You need good looks.
Here's Green. Here's Malawach. Horford covering. And the basket by Malawach.
Well, the defense allowed that one. He had a clear path to the cup.
Here's Santos. Pass to Horford. Now here's Moody. Screen by Horford. Inside. Here's Santos. Rebounded by Malawach. Phoenix leading by 3. Well, Richard, for this Warriors team, that Steph Curry injury in the playoffs proved huge.
Yeah, Steph is just so important. He strained his hamstring in game 1 of that second-round series against Minnesota. And once that happened, Golden State really never had a shot in the series. Just shows how valuable he is to the organization.
He is just so deadly from out there. You expect that to fall.
Green against Curry.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Dunn outside. Allen against Melton. Pass to Moody. 4-3. Oh, Moody deadly from there.
Good decision making. Scopes the situation, puts the pass right on the mark.
Here's Green. And it's hammered home by Green.
If that doesn't belong in the dunk contest, then I don't know what. That is an impressive finish there by Green.
Here's Horford. Phoenix grabs the miss. In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes. Wow, Green with the flush.
Wow, that type of finish is just deflating right now for a team that's trying to make a comeback.
Ouch. That's certainly a big-time finish right there. It was one big exclamation point, or maybe even a question mark. Phoenix leading by 6. Here's Malawach. Down low. Green, the pass to Dunn. And he ends that fast break chance. An intentional foul. That's a textbook example of the transition take foul rule. All right, well, a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Suns.
They have found a lot of success in transition, running at every opportunity and getting points before the defense can get set.
Another big factor for them has been their ability to get points off of turnovers. The easiest offense is created by good defense.
And the Warriors going with a whole new group out there. To the inside. Porzingis putting the size to work.
Look, when Porzingis has it there, there's not much you can do defensively.
Here's Green. It's rebounded by Golden State. Porzingis has got his 7th rebound here tonight. Curry passes to Porzingis. Porzingis with a screen on Green. Back to Porzingis. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry. Porzingis has got 5 points now in the quarter.
He's that confident. Porzingis barely even thinks about it.
Now here's Green. And he can't jam it through.
Come on. If you're going to go for the crazy dunk, you better finish it.
And we wrap up the third, and it looks like it's going to be an exciting fourth. After a quick break. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was the choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
There wasn't a better pass in the game, almost like he had a sixth sense.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the 4th in what is still anybody's ball game. Filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Then it's Royce O'Neal, and it's Iguodaro in at the 5 down low. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Suns. Booker on the take, and he drops in the layup off the glass. And the Suns lead by 4.
There is no on-off switch for Booker. He is always in attack mode.
Butler finds Porzingis. It's blocked! Here's Booker. Iguodaro, another shot. Rebounded by Green. And so Curry will bring it up for the Warriors. 4th quarter just getting started. 1 minute in the books. There's the 3. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Iguodaro's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. They push it up 4 on 3. And here's Butler outside. Brooks with the rebound. The Suns lead by 4. Goodwin passes to O'Neal. And he converts the layup.
With a tough road ahead, they worked hard to get a good shot.
Pass to Butler. The 3 is up. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Curry. Curry's got assist number 8 now on the night. Here's Goodwin. Down low. Here's Iguodaro. Oh, and there's a one-hand jam.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. And there's the call on Devin Booker. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
2 minutes gone by here in the 4th. Curry passes to Porzingis. Oh, missed on the tray. The Suns lead by 5. Here's Goodwin. Butler with a steal. In transition, here come the Warriors. Oh, look at Green. So smart, so athletic.
Gotta reward the big man Green for running the floor. Excellent execution.
And there it is.
And it only makes sense to give him the rock again. He put the team on his back all game.
Yeah, just keep feeding him. That guy is a man on a mission. And the defense, well, they don't have much of an answer.
Yeah, you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
A vocal leader both on and off the floor. Green plays with a real fire in edge.
Just a tough miss at the line. They're down 2 baskets now.
Oh, no good on the layup. Warriors trail by 4. Now Curry shoots a 3. Cash from downtown.
He wants the ball, has a flair for the dramatic, unfazed in big situations.
They set the pick. Porzingis there for the rebound. And so Curry will bring it up for the Warriors. Now Porzingis. Butler outside. Now here's Curry, tightly guarded, outside Porzingis. Oh, the deep ball from Porzingis.
Just a huge shot by Porzingis. He welcomes the chance to come up big for his team.
Oh, the offensive struggles continue. Missing again. Deflects the pass. Stolen by Booker. Oh, the slam off a fantastic lead pass. What a play.
In a game this tight and this late, that level of defense is money.
And how about the finish there? The rise up for the slam. That might put this game out of reach.
This is how you completely steal the momentum. It's clear who is in control of the game right now.
Now Porzingis. Porzingis, big strides.
And great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
And Jordan Ott decides to call timeout. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. Some changes for Phoenix. Mark Williams, he's checked in for Iguodala. Coffey comes in for O'Neal. And Gillespie is subbed in for Goodwin. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Guys, over that last break, I listened to the Suns coach address his team. Coach was urging his team to play strong defense, reminding them no easy hoops, give effort and help when needed. They do say defense wins championships. Guys.
Allie, thank you. 32 seconds left in the fourth. Grant, they'd love to milk the clock here.
No question. They're in a great situation right here.
Now here's Curry. He's covered closely. The three is in!
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
First personal foul. First team foul.
He hits the first one, and that shrinks the margin to just 4.
Devin Booker.
Both free throws good from Booker.
Yeah, just a fruitful trip to the line. He's made this a one-possession game.
And that's an intentional foul.
Yeah, no, you had to do that. I mean, can't allow them to dribble out the time.
He gets the first, and that gives him a 4-point cushion. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 5-point game.
Big free throws right there to make this a 2-possession game.
Here's Coffey, green covering. Porzingis there for the rebound. And here's Curry. And so it's Golden State winning this one. Just a gutsy performance on the road. It really was.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that's going to do it tonight, folks.
Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a save, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow!
Quick rampage Jackson. Poor clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a save, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, oh, wow.
Liddell, he's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way.
Wow! Quick rampage Jackson. Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the save, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is wow!
Ray Allen has done it again!
Dynamite! And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson!
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the save, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
This should be a battle down low. Both teams pride themselves on rebounding.
And we know rebounding is one of the key factors along with turnovers, field goal percentage, and free throws in terms of determining the outcome of a game. So we'll keep an eye on the rebounding battle in this one because that is the strength of both of these teams.
And now the Golden State Warriors starters. The forward spots will be Butler and Green. Backcourt pair will be Curry and Podziemski. And it's Porzingis in at center. Curry, good.
Curry is just lethal from outside.
To the paint. And KD throws it down.
And given the height advantage, it's no surprise he was able to score.
And the dunk by Porzingis.
He's used to sharing the love. Exceptional timing on that pass.
High post, KD. Fires at the elbow. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson.
Boy, that mid-range J from KD can put people to sleep, boy. Tough to guard him at all three levels.
Yeah, you won't see him miss many dunks unless you've got somebody right in his face, as was the case there on that possession.
Out to Smith. KD sets the pick for Smith. Over Butler. The Warriors pull it in.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
Count that one. Curry's got 5.
Yeah, bucket by bucket, the legend of Steph Curry continues to grow.
And before last season, Ime Udoka turned heads when he said the Rockets, Clark, had playoff aspirations.
Well, kudos to Ime Udoka. I mean, very few people believe they would make the playoffs in the stacked Western Conference, and no one saw them finishing as a 2 seed. They didn't meet expectations. They exceeded them.
It doesn't matter if it's off the bounce or off the catch. Curry never loses rhythm on his jump shot.
Smith sets the pick for KD. Out to Smith. Fires for 3. It's good from long range.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Now here's Curry. 8 points for him. Gets the 3-pointer to fall.
Yeah, you've got to be aware of Porzingis in these situations. I mean, you know he's coming for the 3-point revenge there.
The drive by Thompson, and Thompson throws it down.
Puts the D in a tough spot when you have a point guard who can throw it down.
He really does, GA. He really does put pressure on him.
And you know, guys, showing how dynamic a weapon he is for this offense, they feed off of that energy and ability to make plays. It gets them going.
Butler from outside. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist.
And down in the corners, Butler can be dangerous. He's pretty comfortable with that shot.
KD on the wing. Guarded by Green. KD against Green. KD with the bucket. He's got 6.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Now, let's take a minute to talk to Allie LaForce courtside. Allie.
Hey, Kevin. Kevin Durant, as effortless as a scorer as this league has ever seen. He said, I'm not really flashy with how I play anymore. I just try to look for the best shot and be simple and easy with my game. Fly under the radar a bit. After every shot, I just run down the court and get back on defense. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Allie. Back to KD. Shoots over Curry. And there's KD. That's good on the assist by Thompson. Thompson's got 4 assists now tonight. Screen by Porzingis. Curry kicks to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Yeah, that's an easy throwdown for him. The rim might as well be 8 feet tall when you're as long as he is.
Thompson passes to Durant. Out to Thompson. Smith wide open. He fired. A miss that time. Would have put him up. And so Curry will bring it up for the Warriors. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. And the Warriors tack on 2 more.
He relishes his role in this offense, and he's a natural leader, too.
Here's KD. Lost contact on the shot, and now a 3-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
Yeah, this is a testament to how competitive Durant is, able to score against physical defenders.
The Rockets shooting their first free throw tonight. Free throw drops for KD. Thompson against Curry. Porzingis with a screen on Thompson. Curry kicks to Porzingis. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got his 4th assist in this one. A big-time effort for Porzingis, providing a lot of energy for the Warriors. He comes up. Welcome back, everyone, to the second quarter of play here on Noche Latina. Vámonos. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. Scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
You know, so far in this one, these guys have been knocking it down from distance. You've got to like their confidence as this game continues. They're on a nice roll.
And I also have to bring up their passing game. They've been moving the ball with great precision so far and creating great looks for their teammates.
Setting the floor for the Warriors. Backcourt pair will be Curry and Podziemski. The forward spots will be Butler and Green. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Houston moving it around. KD sets the pick for Shepherd. Shot clock at 5. Houston needs to get a shot off. The shot by Thompson, no good.
No such thing as an easy bucket most of the time in the NBA, but I'm surprised he missed that.
Porzingis with a screen on Easton. Curry outside. Kevin Durant with the rebound.
And if they know what's good for them, that's the way they'll defend against him every time he takes the ball in the three-point lane.
Durant sets a screen for Smith. Thompson right side. Out to Smith. Takes the 3. And the rebound goes to the Warriors.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Porzingis feeling it out a bit. Curry outside. Eason grabs the board.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Smith with a screen on Green. Out to Smith. There's the triple. Buries the long-range jumper. Smith's got it all tied up now for the Rockets.
Supreme confidence. Smith really stretches the floor with his ability to shoot.
Houston's gone 1 or 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Clark, after missing most of the 23-24 season, Tari Eason came back strong last season.
Boy, he sure did. I mean, he really looked good and comfortable out there, made quality plays at both ends of the floor. You really hate to see anybody get injured, but especially a young guy like him. But youth gives him a chance, I think, to bounce back pretty quickly.
The wide open look here for Porzingis, and a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got assist number 5 here tonight. The drive by Smith. Durant with the wide open look. It's good, only a few seconds into the shot clock. KD's got 13.
What doesn't Kevin Durant do? He's showing us everything here.
Smith outside, inside. Durant raising up.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
You know, those kinds of plays can be difference makers, game changers, momentum shifters, especially in a close contest where 1 or 2 possessions can impact the outcome.
Durant for 3, and the rebound goes to the Warriors. 1:44 left in the first half. The drive by Thompson. Shepard with the ball. He's got 5. The tray. Good on the triple. Shepard's got the lead up to 2 now for Houston. And let's get your guys' take now on the hustle stats for the Rockets.
Well, you know, they've been aggressive on the defensive end, and it's paying off for them. Quite a few takeaways for them in the early going.
And the other thing, I love how they're playing up tonight, getting into ball handlers and forcing some turnovers.
I don't think you could design a better scorer than Durant. I mean, range from deep, the touch at the rim, excellent handles, 7 feet tall. He does everything you want from your first option.
Al Horford is checked in for Porzingis. Green against KD. Over Green. No good from Durant. Warriors trail by 3. Curry way outside. Quick shot there, and it's off target.
Really good shot contest there. Made it tough for the shooter.
Thompson, and he banks in the layup.
We see this night in and night out. Thompson uses his size and elevation to make tough shots in the paint.
And a dunk by Horford.
And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Making a statement for sure. I mean, we'll see if they can maintain that aggressive approach, guys.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Here's the 3. Rockets with the rebound. Durant's got 4 rebounds in this game. From deep three-point land. Good! Durant from way past the arc.
Durant's pull-up is quick and smooth and virtually unguardable. So agile he is for a 7-footer.
It could go. And so it's Houston with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. Their lead is where it is because they've gotten good shots. A lot of good shots. We'll return shortly. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
We've got Jayshawn Tate, Alperen Sengun out there with Green. Then it's Fred VanVleet, and it's Okogie in at the 2 guard. And that's the group in there for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half. And Clark, something fundamental to good offense, but so often overlooked, the art of setting a terrific screen.
I tell you, a screen set well can do a lot for your offense and even for the screener. But it comes down to timing as well as footwork. You got to be able to set that screen legally, and then the ability to get out of the screen quickly is so important as well as the correct angle.
And now let's swing it over to Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Hey, the Rockets have become a fearsome defensive team, and Coach Ime Udoka said, our young guys were tired of losing, and they bought into it. A huge part is just shifting the mentality and doing our part on that end. Understanding how much that impacts winning, it is a non-negotiable for me. Back to you, Kevin.
They've clearly bought in. Allie, we appreciate the report.
Van Vliet, for his size, is pretty tricky.
Warriors trail by 11. Outside Butler. And we're about a minute and a half here into the second half. A shot by Curry, no good.
That is not the shot you need to be looking for when you're trying to break out of a slump.
Şengün finds Tate. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
And the Warriors making a change here. Santos is checked in. Moses Moody comes in for Jimmy Butler. DeAnthony Melton, he's checked in for Brandon Podziemski. And Curry subbed in for Stephen Curry. The Warriors have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. Greg, you look at Alperen Şengün. He's one of the best combinations of force and finesse in the NBA.
And you wonder how he fell to the 16th pick in the 2021 draft. You saw the numbers he was putting up as a 19-year-old in Turkey. Pretty clear he should have gone higher.
I'm told now by our producer, do we have him, guys? Okay, we do. We have a call coming in from Shams Charania. Shams, thanks for joining us. What do you have?
Well, hard to find a more respected vet in this league than point guard Fred VanVleet. The heady vet will now also guide the Players Union in his new role of president, replacing C.J. McCollum. As a guy who went from being undrafted to an all-star to signing a max contract, he can certainly relate to most every player in the league.
He has come a long way. Okay, Shams, we thank you for that report.
No matter how good you are, it's tough with the defender draped all over.
Şengün, no good. Warriors trail by 13. Santos, the pass to Moody. Fires the 3. And Santos gets it to go.
And you're asking for more trouble than you can handle if you're going to let him just roam free from beyond the arc.
VanVleet against Curry. Şengün passes to Green. Good, and the assist goes to Şengün. Green's got 5 points in the quarter.
Selfless with the rock, Şengün won't hesitate to make a pass out to a ready shooter.
Curry kicks to Horford. There's the 3. It's rebounded by Houston. 1:33 left in the third quarter. Pass to Şengün. To the left wing. Kicks it out to VanVleet. From past the arc. And Santos pulls it down. To the inside. It's stolen by Tate. Şengün with the ball. And Curry picks him up defensively. VanVleet can't get it to go. Warriors trail by 12. To the wing on the left. Down low. Here's Horford. No good on that one. Great defense that time from Şengün. 44 seconds left to play here in the third. Pass to Okogie. Some nice passing there by Houston. Buries it from three-point range. And the Rockets lead by 15.
It is a welcome sign for sure. When Okogie connects from deep, it really expands his offensive game.
A new lineup here for Houston. Golden State's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. Porzingis sets the pick for Curry. Outside, Porzingis. It's stolen by Smith. Outside Durant. High, arcing shot, and it's good on the way in. Durant's got 21 in the game.
Man, it's so impressive the way Durant gets that floater off so fast. I mean, at nearly 7 feet tall with guard-like quickness, that should almost be outlawed.
To the middle. Off the run, and the dunk by Porzingis.
Well, I tell you what, the big guy knows how to do that. Throw it down.
And so it's Houston, riding a 15-point lead at the end of the quarter. Their strategy. And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. Rockets leading by 15, setting the floor for the Warriors. The forward spots will be Butler and Green. Backcourt pair will be Curry and Podziemski. And it's Porzingis in at the center, locking down the middle.
At 6'10", Smith with incredible range, and that's why some have compared him to Rashard Lewis.
Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so for Houston.
Well, you know, for me, the passing has been fantastic all night. Everybody loves watching this style of basketball where the ball moves and players move. Coaches, fans, and even us broadcasters can appreciate that kind of action.
And we're also seeing a lot from them at the arc in this one. Tonight, it's been all about that three ball for these guys.
The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
Yeah, G.A., the pick working to full effect before the stuff.
And, you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
Here's Curry. Back to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Porzingis aggressive and effective tonight from start to finish. Coach is smiling all night long.
Durant up top, guarded by Green. Durant kicks to Thompson. Here's Eason. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. And the Rockets lead by 19.
And really the story of this second half, one team getting the shots they want, the other not so much.
And that's why you have such a huge gap in the shooting numbers between the teams.
Back to KD. Curry with the steal. And it's the Warriors on the break. Podziemski finds Curry. Second minute off the clock now in the fourth. Good.
I'm not sure who was supposed to be on him that possession. I mean, apparently neither did the defenders.
Here's Durant. Porzingis with the steal. Now Curry takes the shot. He puts in the J.
Assist from Draymond.
Houston leading by 15. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. Eason, he drills the three.
In perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
Up top, Porzingis.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
And he jams it in.
Now flying high and throwing it down with the one-hander.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys.
Does it as well as anybody, fellas. Tremendous skill while in the air.
Got a piece of it. It's Durant on the wing, guarded by Green. 6 to shoot. Here's Eason. Launches it. Porzingis pulls it down.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing. And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Rockets.
In the end, they had a better shooting percentage, and that's what made the difference. Sometimes, you know, things go your way. The other team wasn't catching many lucky breaks themselves.
Yeah, and Kevin, not all about luck. I thought their overall shot selection was better.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Kevin Durant.
Every time he shot it, it seemed like it was going to drop in. And if it didn't, everyone was surprised.
Durant gets it to go from beyond the arc. KD's got 24.
So many of the plays they're running designed to create opportunities from deep.
Well, that's exactly their plan here in the fourth. Work to find space behind the arc and then bury some threes.
Houston's gone 3 of 4 from downtown here in the fourth. Back to Eason. From the arc, sinks the triple.
And it's just competing, giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, once they got victory in their view, a huge injection of energy and a great run to finish it off.
Goes back up. It's rebounded by Durant. Smart, accurate passes, Greg, are really paying off for them at the moment.
And also good off-ball movement. Everyone is paying attention and looking to create the best shot for the team.
It's good.
They made the most of their opportunities, looking comfortable and locked in throughout the night.
Boy, they've given their fans plenty to cheer about, that's for sure. Effort, skill, coaching, you name it, they've done it.
So we see Houston taking the W here. They won this game going away. Terrific, Allie, thanks. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell. Ran in his bag. And the crowd is, wow.
He's done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to take this all the way. Wow! Quick Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is... Oh, wow!
Ray Allen has done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way.
Wow! Trent Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up, three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Grant in his bag. And the crowd is... Oh, wow!
Ray Allen has done it again. Dynamite.
And look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Hill's going to take this all the way.
Wow! Trent Rampage Jackson.
Ball clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up.
Now introducing the starter for Philadelphia.
Tim, when you look at the makeup of these rosters, what similarities do you see with these teams?
Well, I think the number one thing they have in common is experience. Both of these teams with a handful of veterans. Something I think at times is undervalued in today's NBA.
So let's take a look at the Phoenix Suns starting lineup. Filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Royce O'Neal is out there with Mark Williams. And it's Green in at the one spot.
Gets the ball and takes the shot. It's that easy for Paul George.
Williams in the post, working on George. And so George will bring it up for Philadelphia. Maxey finds George. Philadelphia moving it around. And the jam by George.
He's not going to take it easy when he gets to the bucket. George will hammer it home.
Williams against George.
He's just too quick to the cup. No one near him to get postered.
And for the Sixers, the growth of Tyrese Maxey has been everything, Grant.
Oh my, his growth both with his play, but also with his leadership has meant a lot. And he has such a joyful energy. It really helps pull this team together.
Here's Williams. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
When you're trying to stop a guy like this, you have to match his intensity level.
Embiid from outside. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
Yeah, how many 7-footers can do that off the dribble? It's a tiny list.
George against Williams. Comes up empty down low.
Everything right except the finish. Have to keep focus all the way through the play.
Grimes, the pass to Embiid. Over Williams. Back to Embiid. The 3-ball. Rebounded by Green. The Suns have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Williams passes to Booker. And Booker with the jam.
Oh, power it down, Devin.
Philadelphia's gone 1 of 2 from 3-point land so far. Here's Green. And that misses. That would have put him up.
The 76ers have gone 4 of 5 so far, looking sharp. Embiid finds George. Yes, and it's Embiid picking up the assist. And it's 6 points for Paul George.
Getting it done inside. You know, I love seeing George be active on the interior.
Williams against George. Williams misses. Philadelphia leading by 3. Lets the 3 fly. Embiid. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And that's the hunger that Embiid plays with. He just gobbles up the miss and goes back up for the score.
A nice shot by Booker. Booker's got 6.
It took a lot of confidence to take that shot.
Well, Grant, if you had to say, is there anything you think is underrated about Embiid?
You know, B.A., I think it's his intelligence. Joel's a heady player. Sometimes big men don't get enough credit for their smarts on the court. Embiid knows the game.
Yep, count it.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
3-pointer Embiid. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. It's stolen by Maxey. Inside. Here's George. His 4th make in 5 tries. Solid start for him.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
That is a quality look. You can't do it much better than that.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey guys, Joel Embiid is trying to stay on the court, and to that end, he's lost weight and he's embraced wearing a knee brace. He said, it's the right thing to do, giving me the support for the rest of my career. It may not look as good as it used to, with the jab or the pull-up and all of that stuff, but it'll still work. Guys?
Trying to stay healthy. Thanks a lot, Allie. And here's Oubre from the arc. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Embiid's got 3 assists in the game.
Yeah, and Embiid is smart to keep his options open. No reason he has to complete every play.
Here's Williams. It's rebounded by George. The Sixers lead by 9. Pass to Embiid. Picked it out of midair. Williams with it. Guarded now by George. And he caps off the break with a monster slam.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
All it takes is a half second of carelessness, and someone will be rocking the rim going the other way.
And here comes the break. And Williams punches it home.
Did you see that? I mean, going right to the rim, that's how you finish in the open floor.
And give him a lot of credit for his effort right there running the floor.
Joel Embiid, he's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for Philadelphia. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for Philadelphia.
They've done a great job facilitating shooters. Their early game has seen a lot of hot passes and has kept the defense guessing as well.
And how about the work they've done inside, just owning the paint so far?
On the court right now, 2nd quarter for the Suns. Green and Booker, the backcourt pair. Dylan Brooks is out there with Royce O'Neal, and it's Iguodaro in at the 5, roaming the paint. From going to the finals in 2021 to missing the playoffs last season, Grant, things have not gone according to plan for the Suns.
Well, you know, B.A., they followed that trip to the finals with a 64-win season, but then they went all in on the big 3 of Booker, Durant, and Beal, and that just didn't yield the results they'd hoped for. Sends it home with some passion.
I think he's rubbing it in a little bit here, hanging up there like that.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. So it's Philadelphia now, after the basket by Phoenix on the other end. The Suns, another fast break opportunity here, and it's hammered home by Green.
What hops from Green, going up high and taking it right to the hoop.
Up again. Great positioning on the putback.
He really gets in perfect position for the follow. Just a terrific read.
Green against Maxey, and it's Green off the drive. Oh, misses the dunk.
Come on. If you're going to go for the crazy dunk, better finish it.
George finds Maxey, and it's all from 3-point range.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening. I just love the aggressive finish.
No, I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Top of the key. Embiid misses.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him.
That's a nice lead pass in transition, making things easy for your teammate.
Now here's Maxey. No made baskets yet. Connects from downtown.
Ooh, the range of Maxey is pretty impressive. He is consistent from beyond the arc.
Green. Wow, Green with the flush.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, he is a creative, explosive finisher at the rim. Green loves putting on a show.
Last year, Jalen Green was twice named Western Conference Player of the Week.
Yeah, and Green was the first Rockets player to win the award multiple times since James Harden in 2019. And, you know, we've seen the flashes, and now on a new team, can he improve his consistency?
And, Tim, 1 year, you shot over 50% from the field and from three-point range, not to mention over 80% from the free throw line. You think we'll ever see that again?
Well, Brian, I think the 50% from the three could be more difficult because the volume is now so high. I'm not sure they're as selective in their shot attempts, which means your percentages naturally come down a bit.
So 3 for 6 is not going to be an option for a great shooter?
Don't think so. 3 for 6 is usually the first quarter for a lot of these guys.
And at the offensive end, George persistent and consistent.
Screen by O'Neal. Pass to Iguodaro. Some nice ball movement by Phoenix. And he goes in for the dunk.
Hey, I'd keep feeding him every trip. He's been on fire this quarter.
On the wing, Green. Outside O'Neal. Green against Maxey. Back to O'Neal. The three. Rebound by Philadelphia. George has got rebound number 5 here tonight. And the jam by George.
He's undersized for a 4, but his hops level the playing field.
Oh, and he brings it down with a two-handed jam.
You gotta love his unselfishness, and you know his coach does as well.
His willingness to share the ball elevates this offense.
Here's George. Here's Embiid. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to be on Dylan Brooks.
And the moment Embiid gets the ball anywhere near the hoop, it's over. Too strong to stop without fouling.
And so he hits both. Tim, these recent injuries robbing Embiid of prime years. 7 straight All-Star appearances up to 2025.
Yeah, B.A., for a player his size that moves as quickly as he does, it seems like it put a tremendous amount of strain on those lower extremities. It's a common theme in this league.
They're one of the most well-rounded players in the game. Embiid is also a top-notch trash talker, too. I mean, he knows how to get under the skin of his opponents.
Done. He's checked in for O'Neal.
He's one of the league's best free throw shooting bigs. A performance like this certainly proves it.
Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. Iguodaro. And he caught that pass in full stride on his way to the big slam.
Yeah, great awareness there from Booker. A selfless team-first player.
16 seconds left in the second period. Three-pointer Embiid. Oh, Embiid knocking it down from downtown.
Well, the combination of his length with that shooting range makes him a huge part of this offense.
His nimbleness makes him a unique threat at the rim.
Here's Oubre. It's good. Set up beautifully by George. George has got 3 assists now in this one. Paul George, he's feeling it tonight. He's been the driving force for Philadelphia. Thank you, Allie. Good stuff. We will be right back after this break for the beginning of the third quarter.
An amazing stuff from your Pocket Life Arena Entertainment.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. Paul George has been sensational.
Pretty much the entire first half, he was dominating down low, piling up a ton of dunks.
Well, you're going to have to adjust the way you're defending him. He is getting whatever he wants right at the rim.
Kyle Lowry out there with Edgecombe. Then there's Edwards, and it's Bona in at the center position. That's the group in the game for the 76ers. Rips down the breakaway slam.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
Well, not all turnovers are created equal. Live ball turnovers lead to that.
The Sixers lead by 3. It's Edwards on the wing. Here's Bona. Lets it fly. The putback. Controls the rebound and the putback.
Huge putback. This guy plays with so much energy.
I don't know anybody that goes after the boards harder. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Woo! BA, that's lit.
Ferocious all the way. Man, that was good.
And I like seeing Edgecombe share the rock like this. It shows how serious he is about involving his teammates.
Pass to Malawatch. Hey, how's that for an answer? Right back with the dunk.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, BA.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is.
You know, he's smaller for the center position by NBA standard, but his leaping ability more than makes up for his lack of height.
Pass to Allen. To the middle. There's the block. Edwards looking for an opening. Here's Bona from 13. Coffee grabs a board.
Well, he got the shot he loves, and the defense should honestly be relieved. He didn't punish them for being a little bit soft there in the mid-range.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
To the paint. Here's Bona. Got it. Good job in the low post. Bona's got 8.
And that's exactly the type of pass we expect from a guy with his vision.
So far, Grant, we've seen some encouraging intangibles from VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, you know, he reminds me of Victor Oladipo or even a Dwayne Wade physically. Just an explosive athlete. And I love the way he uses that strength and quickness at the defensive end of the floor.
He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. First trip to the free throw line for him tonight. And players these days with great ball handling, but occasionally getting away with a carry at times.
Oh, you know, BA, the old discontinued dribble. I mean, this might be where tracking cameras can start to help because that's such a tough call for an official to assess in the moment.
Every coach in this league loves assisted baskets. It indicates your offense is flowing the way it's supposed to.
To the middle. Here's Bona. And he throws it down. What a terrific lead pass.
Beautiful look right there. Led his man perfectly.
With the drive, Gillespie, and that's out of bounds. Phoenix will retain possession. To the inside. Blocked again! Here's Barlow. And a miss there on the triple. Suns trail by 4. Down low. And the basket by Malawatch. Malawatch has got 10 points in the quarter.
Well, you want those shots anytime you can get them. High percentage at the rim.
Pass to Bona. Outside Edwards. Philadelphia moving it around. And that one drops for him. 12 points for him.
Yeah, everybody will remember the bucket, but how about that pass to set it up?
Driving in. Here's Coffee. Pass to Bona. Outside Edwards. It's stolen. Philadelphia moving it around. And that one drops for him. Here's Edgecombe. 12 points for him. Still no points.
Everybody will
and it's
remember
Bona
the bucket,
missing.
but how about that pass to set it up?
Inside. Coffee can't get it to go.
That's going up against a defense that knows your tendencies.
And out of bounds. The Suns will take it. And Philadelphia making a change here. Drummond's checked in. Suns trail by 4. To the middle. Here's Malawatch. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
B.A., I'm not sure he should be flaunting around the rim like that with this game so close.
Oh, it's risky, but it sure did look good. Now here's Drummond. Defense is right there. Philadelphia with another miss. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Mount
around the rim like that with this game so close.
Oh, it's risky, but it sure did look good. For the tie. Oh, Drummond with a block. Now here's Drummond.
Smart
defense
play.
is right there.
Wait and take the final shot.
Another miss.
You're going to have to be
8-second
very
difference between the
patient
shot
right
clock
here.
and game clock.
Let's see how it plays out.
11 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Oh, it's risky, but it sure did look good. For the tie. Oh, Drummond with the block. Here's Edgecoat. Now here's Drummond. And that's it for the third quarter. Both teams scoring well as we head to the 4-second difference. The Sixers on top.
Let's see how it plays out.
11 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Here's Edgecoat. Now here's Drummond. And that's it for the third quarter. Both teams scoring well as we head to the fourth quarter. The Sun is getting the fourth quarter going. Filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Mark Williams out there with Russell Neal. And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. And it's George picking up the assist. George has got his fourth assist for that left team. And the fourth part of every team's game getting the fourth quarter Russell stats. Filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Mark Williams story tonight. And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. And George picking up the assist.
It could be intimidating when you can't find any daylight. And that's what the case here.
Every team's game getting the fourth quarter Russell stats. Filling out the wings, it's going to be Booker and Brooks. Mark Williams story tonight. And kicks it to George. Pass to Embiid. Embiid to the three. Brooks with the rebound. Brooks is going to rebound.
And that's what the case here.
17 teams getting the fourth quarter good.
You see him miss that one, Steven.
That is the shot you should be looking for. You just got to get a better look.
Embiid to the three. Next he's got 12 here. Brooks with the rebound. Their biggest lead of the game is 9. Back to the break. 17 teams getting the fourth quarter good. Pass to that way. On the arc. Pulls it down. Trail by 5. Here's Green. Embiid to the three. Next he's got 12 here. Philadelphia. Embiid's got 6 rebounds. Lead of the game. Back to the break. 17 teams Rockets feel like taking.
Clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a take, the reverse, and the foul.
Doncic pulls up three-pointer.
Has knocked out Chocolate.
Right in his bag. And the crowd, oh, wow.
To the chance here, beautifully put away.
Wembanyama with a take, the reverse, and the foul. Look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. He's going to shot it.
fast hands to force the turnover and then scoring on the other end.
And they also deserve a lot of credit for getting points off turnovers. Their hustle for taking advantage of those
And that's what fast hands don't take care of the ball. They make the turnover hurt even more.
they also deserve a credit for that they get a someone will be right there. They're not going to take it easy when he gets
Warriors on the 14. Warriors
Clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
With the arm of the thing, the reverse.
Outside.
Looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Tigers attack is just so much game. Look at victory for Broncos. Offensively, they made the most of that. They found multiple ways to score. The rebound doesn't hurt them either. They also got some nice bounces off the rim tonight, too. Looks like it'll be a big win for them here. We should take a second to appreciate what a sensational performance this has been. I have to say, he's been really unfound tonight. Flying up and down the rim, helping out every receiver. They also got some nice bounces off the rim tonight, too. Nothing like an NBA Royal Force shot. We should take a second to appreciate what a sensational performance this has been. I have to say, he's been really unfound tonight. Very sick from three. Helping out every receiver. They also got some nice bounces off the rim. Nothing like an NBA Royal Force shot. We should take a second to appreciate what a fantastic performance. I'll tell you something, man. I have to say, he always sounds very sick from three. Helping out every receiver. Nothing like an NBA Royal Force shot. We should take a second to appreciate what a fantastic performance. I'll tell you something, man. Curry always sounds very sick from three. Helping out every receiver. We see him drill in the shoot around all the time. Fantastic. That looks to me that's something. Curry always sounds very sick from three. Helping out every we see him drill in the shoot around all the time. Fantastic. That looks to me that's
clearance and a chance here, and beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Just pulls off three-pointer.
Has knocked down Chocolate.
In his bag. And the crowd.
What's a chance here? Beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul. Look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Now he's going to shot. It is all. Wow!
Quick rampage Jackson. What's a chance here? Beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul. Look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Now he's going to shot. It is all. Wow!
Quick rampage Jackson. What's a chance here? Beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Clearance and a chance here. And beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul.
Rampage Jackson.
Pulls off three-pointer.
Has knocked down Chocolate.
In his bag. And the crowd.
What's a chance here? Beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul. Look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle. Now he's going to shot. It is all. Wow!
Quick rampage Jackson. What's a chance here? Beautifully put away.
With the arm of the fake, the reverse, and the foul. Look out for Hill in the open field. He's got an angle.
Here. We're talking about a contracts early on. My coach told me NBA contract until 1999.
to the floor.
Showing
rest of the team. He's a fallback
George
It just can't happen. Let's hope they get on the same page.
13-point lead at the end of the quarter. Fantastic pushing the ball. And bring points by Heat. This is ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive. Probably has to happen quickly. Steph Curry having a dominant impact in this game. They need him to provide a lot of 13-point lead at the end of the quarter. Fantastic pushing the ball. And bring points by Heat. This is ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive. And that's the goal for Jordan Curry to get the second half of that impact. There you go. He's a monster. So athletic. Obviously, he plays on the attack. Let's go for deep for the shooter. Three-point range is needed for this defense. First 3 points of the game. That's the goal for Jordan Curry to get the second half of that impact. There you go. Down is the whistleblower. Three-point play. Obviously, he plays on the attack. Let's go for deep for the shooter. Three-point range all the way here. You have the first Phoenix part of the match. It's the goal for Jordan Three-point play. Obviously, he plays on the attack. Let's go for deep for the shooter. Three-point range all the way here. You have the first Phoenix part of the match. It's the Warriors trail by 15. Three-point play. Obviously, he plays on the attack. First, it goes to deep. Three-point range all the way here. You have the first Phoenix part of this match. It's the Warriors trail by 15. The Suns have 2 of 3 from the floor in the first quarter. Three-point play. That's the high score. First, it goes to deep. Three-point range all the way here. Teardrop ball. This got his first bucket of the night. The Suns have 2 of 3 from the floor in the first quarter. It's a blowout. Back to Horford. That's the high score. Tries again. First, it goes to Horford powers it home. Oh, the eardrop ball. This got his first bucket of the night. The Suns have 2 of 3 from the floor in the first quarter. It's a blowout. Back to Horford to the inside. Here's Noah. Oh, a big finish with a one-hand Horford powers it home. He just punches home a one-hand finish. A 2-point to easy win. First bucket of the night. Down low. Here's Horford. And Horford powers it home. And what an aggressive move to the rim. To the inside. Really trying to fire on his teammate. Oh, a big one. It's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that. Punches home a one-hand finish. A 2-point to easy win. First bucket of the night. Down low. Here's the offensive end. Horford. Foul misses. And Warriors trail by 15. To the rim. To the inside. Trying to fire on his teammate. It's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that. Punches one-hand catch to go. 2-point to easy win. Nothing new for Horford. He's no score now. One of the 2007 Warriors trail by 15. Continues to be such a valuable player.
2 points.
It's
And he's been running wild through that first half. Absolute dynamite.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's going to let you take. That first half, take a lot out of it. This one is and you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's going to let you take. That first half, take a lot out of it. This one I don't think there's any question about it, Kevin. One of the things I look for is how do they see the ball? Do they make passes based on anticipation versus reaction? It's almost like somebody playing check and another guy sits off in an area of the best player. I don't think there's any question about it. One of the things I look for is how do they see the ball? Do they make it aggressive and effective tonight? Start to finish versus reaction.
Clearance
It's clear.